The House will come to order. Members, our prayer today will be given by Ron Kamulu. Help me out on that one, Ron. Camolio. Okay. My bad.
Right.
With the Capital Commission. Ron?
Sir. Would you bow your hearts with mine as we approach the throne of grace? O Lord, our God, our Creator and Redeemer, we pause before this session of the Alabama House of Representatives to praise you and proclaim you are the King over all rulers. Without you, we amount to nothing. As the psalmist wrote, unless the Lord builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. You are also our Father, if we call on your powerful name. I pray, Lord, that everyone in this place will trust you for their salvation, and if any yet does not, that one will seek your kingdom before any other earthly treasure. Remind us of our need for your presence here, for your spirit within each one of us, and for your power to stand against evil in our world. Give each member here your divine wisdom to represent the people of Alabama well this day in the business of our great state. Forgive us for our sinful ways, that we would be pleasing to you in thought, word, and deed. Give us the heart of Jesus towards the need of others. Be glorified in our lives today and forevermore. I pray by the name of the one who makes prayer possible, our Savior, Jesus the Christ.
Amen. Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Katie Adams. She is 11th grader at Jasper High School and is paging for the House and the guest of Representative Matt Wood.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Datcher, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Ross, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Stathagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
Seventy-eight members answer roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 19th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 19th legislative day be dispensed with.
Any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle, for the purpose of making announcements.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is the Alabama Beverage Association reception at the Archives Building. The Alabama School of Healthcare Sciences Foundation has a reception tonight at Central. The ALCAP breakfast is tomorrow morning from 7 till 8 at RSA Plaza. The Alabama Home Builders Association has a breakfast at 7:30 on the Capitol lawn. Boys and Girls Club of Alabama Alliance has a breakfast tomorrow morning at the RSA Activity Center from 7:30 to 9. And don't forget, the Alabama Daily News Legislative Issues Breakfast is tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. at the Renaissance Hotel.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open so the clerk can complete his paperwork and reconvene on Thursday, April the 10th at 9 a.m.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The motion prevails. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the House of Representatives to just listen for a moment. On Sunday morning, in a little small town right down the street from me, there was a murder-suicide. Gentleman took the life of his friend, his female friend, and her son. He also shot the daughter, the twin daughter, but she has survived. And we are in a state of confusion, really. We are distraught because we had no idea that domestic violence was taking place in that community. 2 lives, 3 lives. He killed himself after he shot. He thought he had killed all his family, but the daughter survived by the grace of God. She's had multiple surgeries, and she's going to recover. The mother and son will be funeralized on Saturday. And I don't know what to do. I've been praying about the evil that is in our communities and in our society and how it perpetrates itself. And we have to get a hold on each other and show so much more love, because we got to drive out this thing Paul called the ruler of darkness. So I'm asking the House if you just stand with a moment of silence for the Howell family of Watley, Alabama. And those families that live in that community and the community, Clark County, Thomasville, Grove Hill. It's just, I don't know. I never had it this way before. We've seen devastation, but we never had it this way, Mr. Speaker. Father, we just ask that you would just cover us in your love and keep us behind the cross of Calvary. Lift up those families who are hurting right now, trying to put some meaning to the actions that was taking place, the tragedies that has happened in our communities. And we ask your love upon receive them, Lord, by your grace. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the gentleman. The clerk will now receive reports from standing committees and will receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 119 by Representative Butler commending Caleb Smith on being named the Student Government Association President at Troy University. House Joint Resolution number 202 by Representative Warren commemorating the 70th anniversary of the nationwide polio eradication campaign. Senate Joint Resolution number 55 by Senator Melson commending Charles C. Anderson for earning the Business Alabama Lifetime Achievement Award in 2025. Senate Joint Resolution number 57 by Senator Beasley commemorating the 70th anniversary of the nationwide polio eradication campaign. Senate Joint Resolution number 58 by Senator Wagner acknowledging the Alabama Grocers Association on its 35th anniversary. Senate Joint Resolution number 60 by Senator Chambliss honoring Daniel Pratt as Alabama's first great industrialist.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Resolution number 193 by Representative DuBose designating October as Bullying Prevention Month in the state of Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 198 by Representative Datcher, recognizing the last Tuesday of each April as a Paul L. 1 mediated kidney disease awareness day in Alabama.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 56 by Senator Livingston, recognizing April 8th, 2025 as Scouting America Day.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 59 by Senator Wagner, supporting national efforts to expand timber production and streamline policies to enhance forest management.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? The gentleman from Lee, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask to suspend the rules for a time-sensitive resolution.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed? You care to explain your resolution, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. We've had a wonderful year in the state of Alabama for basketball teams, and a team from my district made it all the way to the Final Four. And this resolution is just commending them for their journey, commending them for their victories, and for their making of the Final Four, which may have come up short for the national championship, but they certainly made quite a ride. And just beyond basketball, and then when you're part of something bigger, which we hope all our athletic coaches and teams strive to do, is you want to create good young men and good young women that are going to be a good representation of this state. And just a couple of quotes for after the game, after the loss to Florida, it was very upsetting. Dylan Cardwell, member of the team, said to the media, maybe that it's something bigger. My prayer all season was for the Lord to only prolong this season. Another quote was, this was the most loving team I've ever been on. And then he finished his interview with the words, you don't know about sacrifice if you don't know Jesus Christ. And this is a basketball player who had just lost the game of his life, and he puts it all back into Jesus' name. So in the words of Tahad Pettiford, our amazing point guard, said, I'm going to tell my kids and their kids about this team. And with this resolution is merely congratulating the Auburn University men's basketball team for making the program's second appearance in the NCAA Division I men's basketball championship Final Four. Move for adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Thank you, members, and War Eagle.
Congratulations to the Auburn Tigers and the Alabama Crimson Tides on a great season. Clerk, call the next resolution.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 372 by Representative Ingram, relating to Elmore County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 62 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR has been adopted. Question now is final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 20 ayes, 0 nays. HB 372 is passed. Call the next.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 393 by Representative Bedsole, relating to the city of Alabaster.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 62 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 393. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. HB 393 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 446 by Representative Simpson, relating to Baldwin County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 55 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of HB 446. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. HB 446 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 464 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 54 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 446 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 485 by Representative Gibbons relating to Baldwin County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 52 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Question now is final passage of 485. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays. 485 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 45 of the calendar, House Bill number 495 by Representative Estes relating to Marion County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 50 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
The question is final passage, HB 495. Clerk open machine, members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 7 yeas, 0 nays, 79 abstention. HB 495 passes. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 497 with substitute by Representative Bedsole relating to the city of Alabaster.
First question is the BIR. Clerk open the machine, members will vote. Okay, clerk lock the machine. 79 yeas, 0 nays, 49 abstentions. BIR has passed. Next, we have a substitute. Clerk open machine, members will vote. Okay, clerk lock the machine. 22 yeas, 0 nays, 76 abstentions. Substitute is adopted. Next question is for final passage. Ms. Hall, do you want to speak on the final passage for this bill? Representative Bedsole, if y'all come down, we can answer these questions. Ms. Hall, you recognize. All right, the question for us is final passage. Clerk open machine, members will vote. All right, clerk will lock the machine. 15 yeas, 0 nays, 86 abstention. H4997 passes. Okay, clerk, call the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 511 by Representative Brinyark relating to Fayette County.
Okay, the question before us is the BIR. Clerk open the machine, the members will vote. Okay, clerk lock the machine. 50 yeas, 0 nays, 48 abstentions. The BIR is adopted. Next is for final passage. Clerk will open the machine, members will vote. Okay, clerk will lock the machine. 13 yeas, 0 nays, 87 abstentions. HB 511 passes. Clerk, please call the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, House Bill number 512 by Representative Brinyark relating to Fayette County.
Okay, question for us is the BIR. Clerk will open the machine, members will vote. Okay, clerk will lock the machine. 54 yeas, 0 nays, 45 abstentions. BIR is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Jackson from Clark. Okay. All right, question before us is final passage, HB 512. Clerk will open the machine, members will vote. Okay, clerk will lock the machine. 12 yeas, 0 nays, 90 abstentions. HB 512 passes. Clerk, please call the next local bill.
On page 41 of the calendar, House Bill number 496, a constitutional amendment by Representative Stubbs relating to Elmore County.
Okay, first question for us is a BIR. Please remember this is a constitutional amendment. Clerk will open the machine. Members will vote. Okay, clerk will lock the machine. 65 yeas, 0 nays, 37 abstentions. The BIR is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Representative Stubbs. If you'd come down, we've got some questions about the bill. Yep. Representative Shaver, you're recognized.
I'll address.
Representative Stubbs.
Members, HB 96 is a constitutional amendment relating just to Elmore County. It has two components. One is a local Elmore County vape tax, and the second is fire fees for our volunteer fire departments.
All right, question for us is final passage. Remember, this is a CA. We need 63 votes. Clerk will open the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 64 yeas, 0 nays, 35 abstention. HB 496 has passed. Now open, the next vote will be for local application. Clerk will open machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 47 yeas, 0 nays, 55 abstentions. Local application is applied to HB 496. Chair recognizes the lady from Tuscaloosa, Representative Alma.
Mr. Speaker, I have a resolution.
Clerk receive the resolution.
House Resolution number 222 by the House Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Representative Alban, you move for adoption?
Yes, I move for adoption.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Special order is adopted. Thank you. Clerk will call the first bill in the special order calendar.
On page 36 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 200 was substitute by Senator Jones relating to drug courts.
Representative Robinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, for the recognition. Senate Bill 200 is essentially the same bill that left here. We voted unanimously on HB 360. It changes the name from drug courts to accountability courts and expands that through the state. And with that, I ask for the BIR.
Question before us to BIR. Clerk will open the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 97 yeas, 0 nays, 3 abstentions. BIR is adopted. Representative?
With that, I ask for final passage.
I think we have a substitute here.
Yes.
Move to adopt the sub.
Please.
Okay. Question for us is adopt the substitute to SB 200. Clerk will open the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 99 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstention. Sub is adopted. President Robinson.
With that, I ask for final passage, sir.
Okay, it's final passage as substituted. This motion. Clerk will open the machine. Members will vote. All right, clerk will lock the machine. 101 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. SB 200 has passed.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you. Clerk will please call the next bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 83 by Senator Orr relating to public buildings.
Representative Alman, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I am pleased to be able to carry this for Senator Orr, SB 83, which is a bill that will be extremely beneficial for adults who are disabled or their caretakers who find themselves in public places, and especially in bathrooms where they are in need of a changing table but do not have one that can accommodate them. So what this bill would do is, beginning in 2028, it would, for any public entity or that constructs a new public restroom, or for a totally renovated existing public restroom, will require them to install a powered, height-adjustable, adult-size changing table that is capable of serving both a baby and an adult. This only applies to new construction and for total renovations of restrooms that exceed $500,000 in value, and that will be adjusted annually each year, that amount. And this does not establish a private cause of action. Certain entities are exempted, such as public K-12 schools and public institutions of higher education. There also will be a grant program that is dependent upon legislative funding that public entities can apply for to help them afford to put these in. And Mr. Speaker, unless there are questions, I call for the BIR.
That's questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 97 ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted. Representative Almond.
I call for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of SB 83. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 93 ayes, 2 nays. SB 83 has passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 380 with substitute by Representative Rigsby relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Rigsby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we stand at a crossroads in science, ethics, and human dignity. The prospect of human cloning, once confined to science fictions, now challenge us and make a firm moral and legal stand. While technological advancements have provided humanity with remarkable medical breakthroughs, not all scientific possibilities align with what is ethical, just, and safe. That is why we must enact legislation to prohibit human cloning in our state. For the safety of our citizens, the integrity of medical science, and the preservation of human dignity, I urge us today to consider this legislation and take a firm stand to ensure that the future of biotechnology serves humanity rather than diminishing it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BR.
Chair recognizes lady from Jefferson, ready to advance.
What does this bill do?
This bill will provide for a parameter or guardrails around performing or producing a human clone, fully developed human clone.
Okay. Okay. So there are criminal penalties for anyone who clones something.
A person.
A person.
Yes, ma'am.
Do
A
we-
human being specifically.
So do we have any evidence of anyone trying to clone someone?
There are some clinics or some institutions that are looking at cloning. There's two different types of cloning. There's fully reproductive cloning, and then there's therapeutic cloning, and this is looking at the fully developed reproductive cloning. Now, that we have been successful at cloning other things, in 1996 they cloned a sheep. We've also done cattle, cows, cats, and monkeys. And so it's safe to say that we're not far from probably having the science to be able to do a human clone?
Okay, I'm just doing all I can right now. Listen. All right, so I'm just at a whole nother. I've just gone through a very traumatic moment a minute ago, and I guess I need to be at this microphone because of the level of trauma that I've just experienced. It took me back to minor high school. I think I probably was in the 8th or the 9th, probably 9th or 10th grade. I had a very traumatic experience, and I've not had that kind of experience in a long time. I just had it about 5 minutes ago. So I'm just trying to get the understanding of this bill to help me not go into a space in this room where those who would attempt to exhibit a level of supremacy, and now we're at this bill. So you may very well be saving me right now. I don't get you say that the penalty on if someone clones someone here in the state of Alabama is going to be what?
It's a Class C felony.
I don't know if I've ever heard of anyone cloning anyone in the state of Alabama. Do they do that in the district that you represent?
No, we have actually not been successful at doing a full human clone yet. This is putting guardrails so if we ever get to that point, we protect human dignity and life doesn't become a commodity.
Has anybody you know of been? I mean, I'm confused at this bill. Listen, I am very, very confused right now. By this, I hadn't even heard anyone mention cloning in such a long time. I forgot that there was even a such thing as cloning. Is this a crime in other states?
Yeah, 16 other states have done this similar thing. This legislation was modeled after Arkansas's legislation.
Okay, okay, I'm confused. But I will say, I just wanted to get it. I just didn't know if there was mass cloning going on. It is so noisy in here today. But I just didn't know if mass cloning was going on. Like I said, I haven't heard anybody say anything about cloning in so long. And I'm not sure I don't know of anything or anybody that I've ever seen come through Alabama that I would want to clone.
I might agree with you, except maybe my wife. She's a wonderful person.
I don't have anything to do with that. I just didn't know it still existed. I have not heard about, with so much AI going on now. So when I saw the word cloning, but like I said, I appreciate it because I think this bill might have very well have saved my life in a minute because I was feeling a certain kind of way. And again, it took me back to Judson Jones, my principal. And I sat in a room and was chastised. So I'm glad I have this opportunity to come here because I was going into a space. And I don't mind getting drug out the chamber. I don't mind being trampled on. I mind being treated fairly. And I don't care who sits in that chair.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution. Are you sure people cloning people?
Not yet, but the science is moving in that direction. So we want to have some guardrails in place to say that we value life and life is not a commodity. And so we want to make sure that doesn't happen.
In your imagination, how you think that could happen?
Well, I mean, genetics are moving at a rapid pace. I think years ago people would say, how in the world would we have mapped the whole human genome? But we've done it. And so science and technology is moving so fast, we want to make sure that we just put some guardrails around that technology and that science.
I mean, without a sperm and an egg, how can you do this?
Well, genetically, there's ways to do it. There's 4 definitions in this bill that tell you 4 different ways that can happen.
Could you give me one of them?
Yes, sir. One of them is taking skin cells or somatic cells, removing the DNA from that cell, inserting, say, your DNA, manipulating that cell, turning it into an embryo, and then developing that embryo.
From my DNA?
From your own DNA into your skin cell.
Well, this is far-fetched, but I'm supporting your bill. But I mean, you're like something out of science fiction here. We talking about cloning people. I know you mentioned, I've heard about the cloning of the sheep and all, but even the sheep know there's a different sheep, and there's not a real one when they clone them. But thank you for bringing this.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 70 ayes, 1 nay. The BR has been adopted. Representative Rigsby.
Mr. Speaker, we do have a committee sub.
Can you explain your sub, please?
Yes, sir. We had some concerns from the IVF community. We did have an exclusion at the very end of this legislation. They wanted that exclusion moved up underneath the definition of cloning, and so we did that. And with that, I would move to pass the sub.
You've heard the explanation of sub. Question now is passage of sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 75 ayes, 0 nays. Substitute has been adopted. Representative Rigsby.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. I do have a floor amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 380 by Representative Rigsby.
Representative Rigsby, explain your amendment, please.
Yes, sir. This is just an addition of a word. We have some universities who are doing some research on organs, and they were a little concerned about line number 38, where it said that they generate all or most of the body tissues of a living organism. All this amendment does is adds the word fully developed living organism. With that, I ask for passage.
Heard the explanation of the amendment. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
I think I probably should have waited, thank you, Mr. Speaker, till we had adopted the amendment. So in general, most of the body tissue, you indicated such as the growth of like a kidney or a liver, et cetera.
Like a bladder specifically.
Okay. Are there other tissues that you think that are being developed in the labs in Alabama today?
I don't know the answer to that, but there could be.
And when we say there could be, what are we basing that on?
Other just scientific development in this area of expertise. They're looking at, that's called therapeutic cloning, where they look at a single organ and maybe clone that organ from somebody's cells. So if somebody goes through bladder cancer and they need a new bladder, there is some science in place, or they're studying that science where that potentially could happen. So theoretically, that could apply to a liver or a kidney, other organs.
So I have seen, and we've had stories of hearts and other organs from other plants, other organisms, such as a pig.
Correct.
That are being used. Mm-hmm. But to the point of having the organ, the body itself, it seems like from your bill and from what you're thinking, that we are going to, at one point or some point in our, maybe not our lifetime, but that we would have a body that would be generated in the lab.
That's the potential of this
Right.
technology and this science. Yes, ma'am.
And so, just as you're thinking, since you brought this bill, which to me seems out of character for you, but you know, I can't talk about what your character is. What would that process look like?
What would it look like?
Yes.
It would look
Just
pretty.
generally.
It's pretty much asexual reproduction. It could take
Would you
skin cells.
explain to my colleagues what asexual reproduction
Sure.
is?
It's any reproduction that does not include the biological sperm and egg to produce the embryo. And so, if I were to take somatic cells, for instance, of a skin cell, remove that DNA, put it through the process of allowing it to become, and put DNA in it, and then matching that up with
Now, stop right there. Where are you going to put the DNA? Where are you getting the DNA from now?
from you, from me, from whoever's being cloned.
So it doesn't necessarily mean that DNA, once you start that process, that DNA really is right there in there, based on what you described.
It would be in
You
that
had to
cell.
Add that cell.
Correct. You would take the DNA out and put the DNA in. We have the level of capability of being able to do that already.
And so, do you know of any cases today where that is happening?
That's how they do the research of the bladder, and they use those pluripotent stem cells
That's what
to
I'm
make
trying
that
get-
happen.
Okay, so we know that does happen but is it, when that process takes place, are we talking about the entire bladder being produced?
That's what my assumption would be. But what we're not talking about is creating life. So we've not done that and produced an embryo as of yet. We've done tissue,
Okay,
but not life.
right. And so where do you distinguish between what you're talking about and the life side?
Life would be a fully developed human.
Okay, and what are we making sure that we're not doing?
We're making sure that we're not prohibiting the research that would allow the production of tissue or an organ.
So
Not a fully developed person.
So we're not trying to get a person.
Correct.
We're not.
That's
trying,
all I'm trying to accomplish is
we
we
are
don't want to
not
get to a
trying-
whole person.
But I mean, but we're not trying to get another person.
That's right.
We're not
I don't want
trying to
another
get
Philip
another
running around.
Grigsby. We're not trying to get
That's
another
right.
Grigsby or another Laura Hall, because each one of us is about all this work. and hand.
Amen.
Okay.
Amen.
So, but what you are trying to do is to prevent that possibility
Correct.
from happening.
I don't want life to be a commodity. There's some research that
Where do you
indicates
think- where is that in there? Where is that being?
well, it hasn't happened.
Vindicated.
It hasn't happened yet. But there's research that would lead us to believe if that research becomes successful, that they could
Give me another
clone
example. Give me
of
another.
Philip Rigsby.
Ooh.
Well, we've already done it with animals. I mean, that process, we know that process works in animals. We've done a sheep, we've done cats, dogs, cows, and a monkey.
From the lab.
Correct.
From a petri dish.
Correct.
To a fully grown animal.
Animal. Correct.
In
Living,
Alabama.
breathing animal.
In Alabama. Is that in
I don't know if it
Alabama?
was in Alabama. I'm not sure where that took place.
Where? Oh, you have no idea where it
No,
took
ma'am.
place?
I don't know where the actual experiment took place. I know the sheep was done in 1996. So this research has been in place that long.
1996.
Yes, ma'am.
A sheep.
A sheep. Her name was Dolly.
What was it?
Dolly.
Dolly.
I'm assuming so.
Okay. And you think it was in the United States?
I'm not sure if it was even in the U.S. or not.
And so since Dolly was invented or put in place,
Created.
I want to say invented but yes, Dolly was created, that we should be concerned that they may try or come up with another Rigsby or another Hall or one of our colleagues or whatever.
Well, my take is currently there's nothing to stop that from happening. So if we get to a point where that research would allow that to happen in a human, that's what I'm trying to accomplish with this legend. I want to put guardrails around that so that the science doesn't outpace our desire to protect life
Okay, so you're
and individualism. And I don't want them to say, okay, we can create 4 more Phillips for spare parts. So if I need a heart, we'll take it out of one of the clones. If we need
I don't believe we're gonna have to worry about that. I don't believe.
there's a lot of things that I didn't think we're going to have to worry about.
Give me an example.
I mean, just crime in general. I mean, people you would think would treat other people fairly and nicely, right?
Oh my God, you'd go all the way back to
Cain and Abel.
hello.
Yeah.
So that was in existence long before we came about,
Amen.
and that in
And
that
God had to
process-
institute government to help take care of that.
and He did what?
Institute government to help take care of that.
Okay, yeah, well, that was
So that we
certainly
can
a
put
process.
guardrails in place to help people know how to live.
Now, he
I want to
did-
put guardrails in place to help us from.
You know, as I've been talking to you, I've been thinking about my grandmother, and I can just imagine her saying if she heard this conversation.
Oh, I'm sure.
The first thing is, what was wrong with that man up there talking? That would be the first. That would have been the first thing. And the second one, why were you up there entertaining him?
That's
But you
right.
were thinking that
That's
would be
right.
the other part. But even more so, my science is my background, up to classroom teacher. So there has been conversation, yes, about the possibility as you look forward in science and being futuristic,
Right.
that possibility does exist. And we think of it many times as we think of Star Wars
Right.
and what we see. And then we look today and we find, I always use my dad as an example, even about my
Right.
watch.
Right.
He used to tell me as a child, one day man will be talking to that watch, through that watch. I was 3 or 4 years old because he said science was so futuristic and,
Right.
today that happened. I understand. It's just, I think it kind of catch you off guard that we're here having this conversation and the challenges that we are faced with as we move forward and the things that we need to do. But some of the things that I feel we ought to be facing, I'm not sure if I'm ready to realistically
Right.
face this challenge that you placed before us today. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Here, thanks, lady. Question now is the passage of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Thank you, David. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 79 ayes, 1 nay. The floor amendment has passed. Representative Rigsby.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage as substituted and amended.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan. Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to get clarity on, because the word caught my attention, the IVF amendment. So does it allow IVF to clone, or
No,
what
they
does it do?
they just wanted to make sure their practices did not fall under that. What they do is cloning. The way the amendment read. Let's see. Let me get back to it. It does not apply to in vitro fertilization or the administration of fertility drugs or other procedures used to assist a woman in becoming or remaining pregnant, unless performed with the specific intent to result in the gestation or birth of a child genetically identical to another embryo, fetus, or human being living or dead. So theoretically, they're not doing anything that
Right.
this would apply to.
So
This
in
is
theory-
just a protection for them.
In theory, it could happen accidentally.
Correct. I mean,
And this is
twins is our example of that.
Right, and this is saying you can't intentionally be trying to do so.
Correct. You can't intentionally split an embryo to cause identical twins.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Here, thanks, gentlemen. Question now is passage of 380 as substituted and amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 71 ayes, 4 nays. HB 380 has passed as substituted and amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asked to open this for co-sponsors.
Mr. Clerk, let's open it up for co-sponsors. It looks like you got 16 co-sponsors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 355 by Representative Betzold, relating to the Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission.
Representative Betzold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Alabama Crime Victims Compensation Commission has the awesome responsibility to provide financial awards to those who have been victims of crimes. Currently, they're limited. These claims are limited to they have to occur within a 1-year window. This bill simply changes that our victims can now have a 2-year window in order to file their claim. Mr. Speaker, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Mooney. Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. Nay, some ayes, 0 nays. BR has been adopted.
I ask for final passage.
That's questions. Final passage of HB 355. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 99 ayes, 0 nays. HB 355 has passed.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked to open up for co-sponsors.
Mr. Clerk, let's open it up for co-sponsors, please.
Hey, Ron.
34 co-sponsors. Thank the gentleman.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 133 with substitute by Senator Sessions, relating to juvenile court.
Chairman Baker, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the companion bill, the Senate bill, the same bill that had passed out the House regarding schools to be notified in regards to juvenile delinquents with serious crimes. The bill does have a substitute that mirrors the House and Gross version that passed out. So at the appropriate time, I know we'll take up the sub. At this time, I would move to adopt the BR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
I know you knew when you was carrying this, you said, well, I'm going to probably at least talk to one person.
More than happy to talk.
So tell me a little bit. So when we do the sub is going to mirror your bill?
Correct.
So this bill right here currently in its current form does not mirror your bill?
Right. The bill as is now, once we adopt the sub, the Senate, the sub to the Senate bill, then yes, it will mirror my bill. But at this point in time, the bill without the sub having been adopted, you're correct.
Okay. Now, I was just thinking when I saw the 7 bills that was on the calendar, of course, this is the only one that kind of jumped out at me because, you know, I had some concerns about it before.
Right.
And it just reminds me of just growing up, just anybody that's ever been accused of something that they didn't do and was later found out that they didn't do it, that's a harmful period of time right there. And this bill concerns me that we're labeling people before a conviction saying that they did something, which to me, this person would be considered the accused at that point. Saying that they did something which they could potentially be found not guilty of whatever it is that they're accused of, but it's too late. They're already labeled. They're already being looked at by the administration as a person that go out and commit these serious crimes, and they could very well not be guilty. And what do we do for that person? Because this is gonna happen at some point, because everybody is not found guilty. It's almost as if we're gonna punish them before the conviction. And I guess that's just what I wrestle with the most.
Right, and you make some really good points, but I don't think the intent is ever to punish, much like So if the person having been accused, the juvenile having been accused, it's where they may have like the ankle monitor that's been, placed upon them. And I don't think it's meant to necessarily so much stigmatize them and such. It's just that, it's done in regards to the type of crime, the violent crime. That's why this bill restricts it only to these violent crimes that are mentioned.
Right. So tell me about the serious crimes. What are the serious crimes that we're talking about?
Murder, rape, and sodomy.
Murder, rape, and sodomy. And they're saying that they are accused of murder, rape, and sodomy, that you want to go in and say, well, we're going to go and contact the administration of the school to let them know that this person has been accused of this. Where does the ankle monitoring come into play?
That I could not tell you in regards to how that determination is made. That would be through the juvenile court. So I really could not answer on their behalf in regards to how that determination is made.
Okay. So what would be the next step? Because I noticed that it's in writing. So it's not like you pick up the phone and say, hey, Joe Blow, Joe Blow has been accused of rape, and he's probably going to be back in school tomorrow. So you need to know. You're putting this in writing. So what's the process for that?
Great question. And that is where my hope or desire would be that the top school officials, this should just be the superintendent's being notified. The superintendent is not under any obligation that he has to disseminate that information then to the rest of the school or the school officials. And I was where the top school official has been notified just to be aware of the serious nature of this juvenile and the offenses with which he or she's been charged. And so it's not as if there's any action for the school to take to do anything in regards to the student and such. I would think and hope that most of these superintendents, or in the case of private schools, the headmaster, principal, that they would be very sensitive to the confidentiality that goes with these juvenile courts. That is something that's very, very important. And that was one of the things in crafting the bill. And that's why this amendment was taken, because at first the bill was a little bit more broad, just saying for someone that as a juvenile is committed to crime, that if as an adult would be classified as a class A or B felony. So we actually tried to make it even more restrictive just to violent crimes, because we understand the confidentiality, the sensitive nature that you're referencing.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I was going to kind of get to, would be the confidentiality, because once we get to the point that the superintendent finds out and the superintendent shares this information with its top administrators in the school, where they probably share the information with the SRO, and it's kind of like, where does it stop? Like, would the teacher be privileged to have this information? Like, who all would be? Because, even with the teachers, you got some schools, you may have 7 teachers. You may have 7 periods. Like, where would it,
the bill doesn't really address that. It does state that the superintendent, the head official, then administrator, they may then.
Yeah, but I'm wondering at what point does the flow of information get to the point that we're violating the students' rights for confidentiality? Right? Let's just say Lil Johnny committed this crime or has been accused of this crime. You're the superintendent. You tell me, I'm the principal. I go and tell someone else that's my assistant principal. I go and tell the resource officer. Now I'm thinking, well, maybe the teacher need to know. At what point do we stop and say we need to back up because we're totally violating this young person's confidentiality and they hadn't been found guilty of anything yet? And we're putting all of this information out there. Next thing you know, the janitors know, the cafeteria worker know, the bus driver know, because you feel like everybody that comes in contact with this young person that's been accused of this gruesome crime, serious crime as defined in the bill, it's to the point that we decide everybody that comes in contact with this person need to know. Because it sounds like a need to know basis. So at what point are we going too far? Like, I could live with the administrator knowing and the superintendent knowing, but at what point do we say we've gone too far with this?
And I think the bill doesn't, specify exactly as what you described, The bill, though, does state it would be then just the top administrator. So I think it's almost with a little bit of implication. And once again, that's where one has to sort of maybe either read between the lines or such on that, for them making the determination as to how far it would go and whether, so if they even decide that they're not going to share it with the, say, principal of the school, that maybe that it stop, say the buck stops with the superintendent and they don't share it any further, but that would be their discretion in that. And
That's a
once
lot
again,
of that's a lot of discretion, though. It seems like we should have a policy in place or something to give true guidelines on how to handle a situation like this, especially dealing with minors, instead of just allowing discretion.
Well,
you see what I'm saying? It seemed like it's
some would
a lot
argue the other side that is of that, and that is, what about the rights of those, say, that feel the need to be protected? That is a little bit as to at least know what's.
But they feel the
what's going
need to
on.
be protected against someone that hadn't been convicted. You see what I'm saying? They're saying I need to be protected from a person that I don't know if they're guilty or not.
Well, I think it would allow the school officials to make a determination on this. So, for example, I'm just not saying this is the route they would have to go. It might be that they allow then for that student without, any notification, that is somewhat to the school and all, but this student now has sort of been plucked, and that is from the general, then mainstream population. It may be that they're having alternative education that they're receiving and such while this process plays out. But that would be something, once again, I'm not saying that's anything that's required, because there's no requirements that the administrator would have to do. In fact, it may be that the buck stops with them and they don't let it go any further, just feeling like, as you've said, they may feel very strongly, based on confidentiality for these juveniles, that no, the buck stops with them. So that could be, it may be not necessarily a problem in that there may be most or a number of superintendents then don't let it go any further.
Right, and I can say that, I've been knowing you a long time, and, I feel like you always try to operate in the best interest of people overall.
Right.
I think the intent is great. It just bothers me that we're doing this without a conviction, but thank you for sharing with me on this, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you
today.
for your comments. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would a gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Ooh, this is deja vu. It felt like we were just down here talking about this, and now it's right back. Did we actually pass your bill out of here?
That is correct.
And now your bill is
It's up in the Senate.
up in the Senate, and now you're doing.
That's right. It moved out of the Senate Judiciary Committee this morning.
Okay, so I still have the same concerns, the same problems that I've had about this bill. So one of the things that I've actually heard you say today is that we're going to leave it at the school's discretion. I know it's kind of hard to hear me, but you said you was going to leave it at the school's discretion.
Well, you say the school's discretion. I would say, so the top administrator, that being the superintendent of the public schools or the headmaster or principal at the private
Of
schools.
how they're going to distribute the information, or who they are going to give the information to?
If they choose to do that.
So we are leaving it up to the school's administration to make a decision to give out information to teachers and other staffers at the school, if permitted, about a juvenile who has not even been convicted. That's what we're
it
doing.
could be. Under the bill, it reads either charged or adjudicated. So adjudicated means they've been determined then to be guilty. So it could be either way.
But charge is not convicted. I've been charged for something.
Correct.
And I don't know if a lot of people actually take the time to think about when we do come down here and we do talk about bills like this, that when you are looking at, okay, maybe somebody's being charged and found not guilty, that it's, if you look across the spectrum of different nationalities, that the people that holds the largest record for being charged but not convicted and having a label are black people. The largest number of people who have been convicted and incarcerated and then come back and found not guilty are black people. That's why we come down all the time and we want to talk about some of the things that actually come up. And we just be asking for some type of, I would say, compassion about some of the things that's being brought so you can actually see it from our standpoint, because we're talking about juveniles that's going to be labeled for the rest of their lives. And then we're talking about serious accusations, like rape. So if a juvenile is charged with rape, and now the entire school, because we're leaving it up to the school administration to be able to give out this information. And once that information starts circulating, you can't take it back. Once it's out in the air, you can't take it back. So that will follow that child for the rest of their lives, that they was a rapist, even if they come back and find out that they not. And I just think that we're talking about bullying. This is a form of bullying right here, because you have not been convicted. So once you get inside the school system and everybody find out that there's a charge of rape out there and they start talking about it, we can get ready for the suicide rates to extend and go high. Because how would you feel as a 16-year-old to get charged with something? You haven't been found guilty. You saying you haven't done it. Your family going through getting attorneys. Then the juvenile facility notified the schools. The school administration puts it out. And then we're talking about everyday human beings. Even though we want to say, okay, if there are teachers or administration that they're not going to do certain things, but we also know that some of our teachers have been caught with students doing inappropriate things, right? So that's something that we can't say just because they're supposed to be in the professional world that they're not going to do it. So once they get started putting that information out there, there's no turning back. And this right here does not have a race barrier on it, right? I just use that for why we are coming down, but it does not have that. It can happen to any child. Anybody's child can be accused, later found not guilty, but the words have already been put in the atmosphere, and you can't take it back. And now they commit suicide one at a time because of somebody said something that was not true. Maybe it is true, but until we go, and that's what the law says, not guilty until what? Proven in the court of law. But here today we're saying, but here today we're saying that the rule of law is not being applied, because we are saying that you are guilty before you even been convicted. That's what we're saying today in the Alabama House of Representatives. We are saying that the children, our juveniles, before they go before a court or a judge or jury, we are saying that they are guilty, and we are going to put their information out there in hopes that the administration do the right thing, don't slander, don't put it out there, in hopes that the young people don't kill themselves in the process. I just see a lot of unintended consequences, and I see us coming back to the drawing board. And if I'm still in office and we come back to the drawing board with this right here, I'm gonna be the first one to say that this was a bad bill. It doesn't matter if it's come from upstairs or downstairs. It's just a bad bill. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Simpson.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Baker, I want to commend you for bringing this bill. What this bill is intended to do is to prevent people from, let's say that there's an altercation on a Saturday and there's a shooting that occurs on a Saturday where somebody is shooting at someone else on a Saturday, and then they come to school on Monday, and the schools have no clue that this shooting occurred on Saturday, but the kids are in the same class next to each other, or they're sitting in chairs next to each other, or you hear all kind of stuff. It's not just shootings. It could be sexual assaults. It could be rapes. This allows the school to be aware of, you may have two students that are having problems that you have to separate. You have to not have your person next to them. This isn't innocent. This isn't a charge of somebody's guilty before proven innocent. It's the same thing with bond conditions, where if someone is ordered to have no contact with someone else, or if there is an agreement that you can't be around this person, it's the duty to let the school know that these conditions are there, so that way we can let everybody be aware that everyone has a right to be safe where they're supposed to. This isn't convicting a child. This isn't publicizing that this person has been charged or that there's an event going on. This is merely just trying to protect the students, all of the students, from being in an environment where someone that attempted to shoot them, attempted to rape them, or attempted to do an event to hurt them does not have to be next to that person. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I support your bill and thank you for bringing it.
Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman from Baldwin County. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Shelby, Representative Betso, be the fourth person to speak on the BIR.
Representative Baker, I just wanted to also equally come up here and commend you for this piece of legislation, because as Representative Simpson said, and I won't go through the whole thing again, but these events that happen outside of school hours, we need to give the information to the school administrators, because guess who knows about what happens outside of school hours? The students might know, and they may begin to spread the rumors or gossip or organize if there wants to be retaliation. But unfortunately, we have not put them in a place, the school administrators in a position where they have this information so they can take the necessary steps to protect the safety of everyone involved. So thank you for bringing this legislation. I think it'll go a long way to keeping our schools safe.
Thank you for your remarks. Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 75 ayes, 18 nays. The BR has been adopted. From Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to announce tomorrow is Delta Days here. Tomorrow is Delta Days, and we will reconvene at 9 tomorrow morning. With that, I move we stand in adjournment.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.